Hello, everyone. How are you all doing how are you all doing this fine day? Ahoy, pretty good. Oh, that's good. All-nighter for college. Hey, well, hey, at least you got background noise while you're studying. I'm a night owl myself, always have been.
Yes.
Oh.
Very well.
An Idaho? Wait, that's not right. CD, I have the perfect idea of artwork. Oh, really? What's that? Me to sleep tonight. Oh, I found a new thing that lets me combine chats into one window. Streamer Pod, I think it's called. Yeah.
Not a problem.
Insomnia didn't wake me up, but it'll keep me up. Sorry.
You have more wisdom than the others give you credit for.
Consider it done.
Nature is all. I will do that.
What as you wish.
Sleep for those of weak will and a skill issue of not liking caffeine. With all your avatars from your stick figure one to your pony avatar to your EGS. Okay. Avatar. I think we have something like that. Ooh, CD stream. I can spare a few minutes before I go for my morning run. Ooh, morning runs are good for you. I've made plans to go on another hike. I just need to wait for my new coat to get here. Although, given the fact that the thing has just said, oh yeah, delivery is stalled due to severe weather in your network. No, there isn't. There hasn't been severe weather, but I usually see that just before never hearing from it for like 3 weeks before it gets canceled. Although it had apparently been shipped and was close to being out for delivery, but I get the feeling that was a lie. Other paths? Or are you going on the same one as before? Oh, there's other paths. Where is it? Admiral Cove Park. It's not as big as the Saltmarsh Trail was. I think it's only like a third of the length of the Saltmarsh Trail, I want to say. Maybe about a quarter. But it's very windy. It's much more difficult to navigate, and it comes out into some very high views, which I think is going to be pretty neat. Why do y'all have such cool trail names? There's tons of trails in Nova Scotia. All sorts of them. Like, Nova Scotia has a lot, and I mean a lot of forests. There's also a lot of crown land that you can do wild camping in. Some people apparently see deer in Admiral's Cove.
But please, might I have your ear a moment?
Ms. Varsi, I've heard you sometimes help those in need for a fee, of course. Please, would you meet with my guardian at his house? My guardian will reveal the nature of the job once we arrive. All right. I'm glad you agreed to help out. Buying masks, I hoped enough times that someone would bail me out of trouble when I was at the age of Varsi. Evie, what trouble could you have possibly been in? Oh, right. Oh, Corner Lily. Oh, I know what that problem is. I did not open the video file for Corner Lily. Oops. Corner CD. Right, corner CD. See, even I gotta get used to that. There we go.
Easily done.
Please help. 'Tis a wasted life at stake.
At once.
Temper shield.
Oh god, Corin has some way too much fucking... Whoever made the NPC project clearly really likes Corin because he has more dialogue than common sense. Getting used to a whole new name takes time. Oh yeah, the last time I changed my name it was like this.
I am proud to stand among such strong warriors.
Okay, I hate exploring Baldur's Gate City. You know, funnily enough, the time you spend at Baldur's Gate is the worst part of Baldur's Gate. Every single Baldur's Gate game that features Baldur's Gate as a place you can go is the worst part of the game.
Of course.
I'm settling down with Timberborn, a game that's rapidly taken over RimWorld as my favorite colony manager. Interesting. So how'd you all like the ending bit to the Dragon Age compilation video?
Very well.
One is not forced to walk in the steps of their father.
Okay, what am I doing first? Investigate the strange goings-on in the Seven Sons compound. All right, time to kill some doppelgangers.
Not a problem.
On my watch later folder, I'll start breakfast. You don't have to watch the whole thing. If you've seen the other Dragon Age videos, then you've seen most of it already.
Yes?
Consider it done.
Yes? Leave us alone, will ya? Nothing for you here.
Do you need some? As you wish.
Leave us alone, will ya? Nothing for you here. Leave us alone, will ya? Nothing for you here.
Tell me.
Oh, there we go.
Whatever you need. Yeah, easily done. What is it?
I only got through the intro before I had to do stuff. Intro was good, though. Thank you.
Do you need something? Tell me. Whatever you need. At once. Yes? What is it? Do you need? Of course.
Come to torment me some more, you shake.
Tell me.
Ooh, what's in here? Spear plus one. Oh, two-handed weapons mostly.
Whatever you need. Very well.
Amy, could you open the jar of pickles? Oh, wait, right. Oh. Oh, yeah, I dual classed you and you haven't surpassed your thief levels yet.
Not a problem. Yes?
Whoops.
Yep.
What is it? Consider it done. As you wish.
Oh, this will be a problem by the time we get to the thief's mace.
Easily done.
There's a sort of as a running theme with people is I like your editing style isn't overly complicated. Oh yeah, it's the
Salutation.
Of course.
oh yeah, like a lot of people have just been kind of like over editing things with like tons and tons and tons of movement on absolutely everything. But like I still do things the old-fashioned way. I've kind of always done things the old-fashioned way. There's this belief that, you know, I used to think was unwarranted, but, you know, these days it's just starting to become more and more the case. There's this belief that among a lot of people that Gen Z has no attention span, and so you need, like, constant movement to get them to pay attention to longer videos. I used to think that was overblown, but I mean, God, over the last 6 months or so, Gen Z has proven to be really fucking dumb. Is she not able to do anything at the moment? Oh no, she can cast spells. She just can't unlock, she just can't pick locks or find traps, which is a problem. That was a lot of self-deprecating humor. The first one would be fine if they didn't feed into the second, which is more concerning. Oh, yeah.
Do you need something? Very well.
I am a man of my word.
They get scared, and very few are willing to leave their home. Something has to be done quickly. Would you only take the job? 300 gold in advance and 1,000 gold bonus if you discover what's been happening.
Our actions are not those of warrior born.
Not a problem.
Oak Father would frown on us now.
Confidently say, yeah, we have a lot of issues. Yeah, I mean, I'll say the term Zoomer was really prophetic.
Consider it done.
What happened now? Oh no, it's just over the last about year or so, Gen Z has kind of been proven to be like really susceptible to misinformation and propaganda. Like on the same level as like boomers being convinced that the IRS wants Walmart gift cards from them.
As you wish.
Go pester someone else.
Tell me. Whatever you need.
what you want this way.
Easily done.
Why are you cheering for undoing the for Trump for undoing the TikTok ban? One, he didn't. Two, it's his fault it got banned in the first damn place. Yeah, it's, and unfortunately, like, at some point you got to accept Occam's razor. It's because Gen Z is dumb. It's because they're dumb. I know a lot of them are still teenagers, but like a lot of them aren't as well, and they're really dumb. How's it going? Hope you're doing well. Oh, it's going okay. Yeah, I've heard stuff about how my generation seriously contributed to getting that man elected by presidency again, although I don't know many details on how true that is. Okay, here's the kicker. Like, a lot of... One second, I left my coffee outside, and then I'll get into this. So, a big problem with both younger millennials and Gen Z is just that it's this overfixation on the omission bias and and a lot of virtue signaling without doing anything useful. So what ends up happening is, you know, we were Gen X and older millennials were basically telling people throughout the election, don't withhold your vote over Gaza because it's going to be a lot worse if the Republicans get in power. And because younger millennials and Gen Z are overly fixated on their own moral purity than they are on actually achieving anything useful, and just clapped their hands over their ears and just went la 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 la, not listening. And of course then Trump gets in power, and now he wants to kick all the Palestinians out of Gaza and take control of it, just like we said he would. Oh, for fuck's sake, Corin, shut the fuck up. Like, seriously, I cannot make this man literally will not shut the fuck up. Every few minutes, he has always got something. I'm just gonna hit you.
Oops.
Life is adventure or nothing. Great peril yields great beauty.
Do you need something? Tell me, at once.
Yes, wherever fate takes me.
What was I saying? Right. So they were just more concerned with that, like, it was less about making things better for Gaza and more about making sure everybody knows that they were that they had declared themselves on the correct side. And as a result, things end up getting worse. And what ends up happening is a lot of people operate on what's called the omission bias, which is that people tend to think that allowing harm to happen through inaction is better. Basically, inaction is less condemnable than action. It's that old. This is what the trolley problem was made to deconstruct. You know, do you take an action, pull the lever, and cause one person to die, or do you do nothing and let 4 people die, or was it 5 people die? That's what the trolley problem is. And what it's doing is it's basically asking which is more worthy of condemnation? Taking an action to kill someone, or not taking an action to, or not taking the option to save people. And the thing is, a lot of people, if you really got them into their most vulnerable state, would tell you, if those 5 people die, it's not my fault. This is also found in that this is also found in that analysis of the trolley problem, which is like where we need to be asking the more important question, which is who is tying people to the tracks. Ironically, this is the very attitude the trolley problem exists to deconstruct. You don't know who. Like, it's not part of that situation. Which is more ethical? Taking action and killing one person, or not taking action and letting 5 people die? And if you get people into their most vulnerable state, they will tell you, I think it's if I let those 5 people die, it's not my fault specifically, and so I feel better about that. A lot of people wouldn't say that, but it's what they think. So if they don't vote and then Trump gets in power and basically finishes the genocide of the Palestinians, they can basically sit back and say, well, I had no hand in this. My hands are clean. Which is the most important thing to them. The most important thing to these people, to a lot of these people, is that their hands are clean. It doesn't matter how much evil is done as long as their hands are clean. What do you think about Kendrick Lamar? I don't know who that is. I can't even blame them because the election before I fell for Stein and her Sirens Call and literally the reality of she's a professional loser. Yeah, that's... Look, the Green Party in every country has never really been a winning party. But I mean, the kicker is a lot of these people, they make this... I highlight Gaza, but it was not the only nor the biggest contributor. The biggest contributor to Trump winning was misogynoir.
Whatever, of course.
That's it. Kamala Harris is a black woman. Americans don't like black women. That's the biggest contributor. The second biggest contributor is idiots who are, there's just a lot of very dumb people who are mad about inflation. They think that the government has any control over that. And as a result, they vote against the incumbent. And that's it. They see that gas prices are high on their way to on their way to vote, and then they go, "Well, I'm not voting for the guy who's currently in power." Canada's going to be going through that pretty soon, and it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare because this is the biggest weak point of democracy, is that democracy only works so long as the electorate is intelligent and informed, and if the voters are idiots, then democracy's going to die. The American electorate has the attention span of a goldfish and woefully don't understand our own government despite it being a required class for graduation. Yeah, Canada has the same problem. I mean, like, everyone's just like, oh, we need to vote in the Conservatives because Trudeau's been a failure. Honey, do you not remember 9 years of Harper? Do you not remember how destitute Canada was after 9 years of Harper? And the truth is they don't. They don't remember.
Fine, all right. I don't want to talk.
I care not.
Yes?
Yep.
What is it? Very well.
What you want?
Do you need something? Tell me.
Harris should be doing more. Honey, do you not know what powers a vice president actually has? Very little outside having a pulse, actually. Yeah, Like I said, people don't know how the government actually works. A lot of people sincerely operate under the impression that the president or the prime minister is a king.
Whatever you need.
I turn off.
Not a problem. Yes, very well.
People are always hoping for some sort of greener pasture, and they need to remember or read up on how shit happened because it feels like history is repeating itself. See, what a lot of people get stuck in. This is a trap so many people get stuck in. They expect one election cycle to do it. They act like voting is like some shonen anime where it's like the underdog will sweep in with an unexpected victory and then everything ends happily ever after. And that's the attitude they take with third parties. It's the attitude they took with Bernie. It's the attitude they take in everything. And they don't realize and don't want to accept that, unfortunately, nations are lumbering beasts and they don't move as quickly as, you know, Twitter's trending tab. Like, a big reason that the United States dragged its feet on a ceasefire in Gaza for so goddamn long is because they expected, not unreasonably, if we're being honest, they expected that, you know, if we just give it a few months, then people will move on, like they did the last time, like they did back in 2022 when this had been blown up the last time. You know, their social media trending tab will shift, and then they'll move on. They'll just move on to the next thing to complain about. Of course, that didn't happen. And so diplomacy is this big lumbering beast. And rather notoriously, you know, a ceasefire in Gaza had been in the works for a while, and Netanyahu stalled on it to influence the election because they know how stupid you are. Where is Harris now? Why isn't she passing orders to help the people who voted for her? Oh my fucking God. Are you fucking kidding me? Did they really, what? Oh my God. Jesus fucking Christ. You know, I never wanted to get on board with the whole TikTok rots your brain thing, but, like, I have no other explanation for why someone could be so fucking stupid. You really think that someone who isn't the president can pass executive orders? That's not how the fucking head of state works. Heard Trump already has a ceasefire, dicks for brains. Biden had that exact one since, like, September. Yeah, the ceasefire happened before he even took office. That's the kicker. That happened before he took office. People, I think some people are operating under the actual belief that, like, a president takes office the day they're elected. I've never heard a headache inflicted so quickly. Oh my fucking God. Like, Gen Z, why are you so fucking stupid? About Elon hunting down needless expenses. Oh my God. Like, I'd always I'd cocked an ear a while back that, like, something was kind of wrong with Gen Z with that whole with that weird Gen Alpha's doomed moral panic. When people, like, you had, like, fucking 22, 23-year-old teachers basically going, oh my God, the students are so disrespectful. They're so rude about everything. And I'm just like, okay, I hear that shit from teachers all the time. I heard that from teachers when I was a kid, and I know this is not true. And then I went poking around, and it's like, this is the dichotomy. You'll go on TikTok and you'll see 20-something teachers bitching and moaning about how kids are all disrespectful. You go on YouTube and you'll see fucking security camera footage of 20-something teachers kicking and stepping on and yelling at students, and I'm just like, I wonder why your students don't like you. You know, the red flag was already set off by the fact that you're making fucking drama videos about fucking children.
I care not.
What is it?
Nature is all.
Do you need something?
Yep.
Tell me. Oops. Whatever you need.
He was watching a female classmate have it out with an old fuck teacher about her strap size. A normal ass top, not even a spaghetti strap. Yeah, it was always. I always thought it was really weird when teachers got on the got on the girl's case about this shit.
Not a problem. Yes? What is it?
Automod does not like me today. Yeah, apparently not. Whole ass fucking inch. Yeah, like you don't need to use like 18 different profanities in one sentence. Automod is going to flag you for that. Just talk normally. Sorry, just so fucking God, I there's always been something wrong with teachers, with public school teachers. Like, I know they're not paid enough, but at the same time, they're just like way too, like, you are too nosy for someone who claims to not be paid enough.
Do you need something? Tell me. Consider it done.
Weird old men think women need to conform to their ideas and standards, and other news, rain falls from the sky. Well, I mean, look, female teachers will do this too.
Whatever you need. As you wish.
My mother, a teacher, son 30 years now, says that the only difference between past and present students is the more available distractions they have. You couldn't carry a PS1 in your pocket back in the day, lol. I mean, yeah, no, you couldn't, but you had a Game Boy, which was about the same size and just as distracting. Be a position people go into when they want power over people. It's a whack power trip, but some people are just like that. Yep. Yeah, I know that, but at the same time, like, after you've been doing it a while, you'd kind of have to grow up to an extent and realize that, you know, I'm paid way too much for this shit. It's like, I'm not paid enough for this shit. I've never really felt sorry for teachers. As somebody who was abused pretty severely by teachers throughout like her entire school career, I have no sympathy for like any issue teachers have wherein they are the instigator. Like, oh, a kid's in the back of the room fucking tapping away at their phone when they're supposed to be listening to the lesson. Oh well, I guess that kid's gonna sabotage his own grades.
At once.
I am a man of my word.
Hmm?
Rubbish men get paid more in a year than a teacher does. Yep. Hey, CD. How are you, CD? I'm all right. How are you? It's a fucking nightmare.
What do you need?
Yes? What is it? Of course.
This way, good sir. Over here.
Very well.
This way, good sir. Over here.
Working on subtitles and having your stream up at the same time. Neat. Now, I've always been of the opinion that I don't think social media makes people meaner. Social media just exposes you to more mean people. Because, like, before social media, in order to find nasty people, you had to go on 4chan, or at least poke around your school for, like, you know, those, for, like, a table full of girls who just, like, made terrorizing someone their entire hobby. But the kicker is that eventually, like, nasty people just get ostracized. Always have. And you'd maybe only have like 3 or 4 of those people in your neighborhood, in your immediate vicinity. But on social media, you get exposed to everyone's village idiot. Like Twitter is just like Twitter has more in common with 4chan than it does like Facebook or Tumblr. Hell, it's run by a channer now. And so you get exposed to way more of the people who are just constantly aggrieved about everything. Whereas previously you never knew they existed, but they always existed. Social media doesn't make people nastier, it just exposes you to more nasty people than the bus stop used to. I had a class I frequently read. I head in because often tired and the lights bothered me. Teacher would keep bringing the class to a standstill to scream at me about how if I couldn't pay attention, I should stop coming to class. Until we got into a verbal fight and I started skipping school. Started a bad habit, but I still passed with good grades. Yeah, same here, honestly. Like, I had issues with teachers my entire school career, and eventually I just stopped going to their classes. Like, if I have a teacher who would rather, like, stop the class to bother me when I'm, like, not being disruptive, then that's not a class I need to be in. Social media reveals and enables more than it transforms, at least when it comes to interpersonal nastiness. Mm-hmm. I will say it's always sad. It is always pathetic watching the generation whose primary form of entertainment is drama content call other people cringe for what they like. I'm like, honey, the stuff you watch is the epitome of loser behavior. call is coming from inside the house. Yeah, I mean, like, the people who watch Sunny V2 want to tell you why Skibbity Toilet is rotting people's brains. Honey, your brain is fucking mush.
Waiting around ain't gonna make us any money.
I am a man of my word. Evil finds its worst enemy in truth and honor.
Drama content is fast food sometimes.
I am
It's
a
just so
man of my
sloppy it
word.
makes real fast food seem healthy. Remember the beatboxing frog? Oh, yeah. Crazy frog. Oh, yeah. I don't know why people can't let people enjoy things. It's weird. Well, it's even worse than that. It's not even just that, oh, they can't let people, like, it's not even just that, oh, Skibbity Toilet is like, it's cringe and it's stupid and, kids are laughing at it and I don't get it and that makes me feel old and in the way. It can't just be that. It has to be a syndrome. It has to be something that is rotting children's brains. It has to be something that is just... It has to be like an actual death of society level threat. Because that's how Gen Z thinks, Gen Z can never just dislike something. There always has to be something morally wrong with it, which is why they love drama YouTube so much. Because drama YouTube will go, oh, you don't like that YouTuber? I can lie to you about how they're secretly a predator or something. Gen Z can't dislike anything without defaming it as well. Like it has to be like some secret lizard people mind ray or some shit. Like an entire generation of David Icke. Yeah, if you notice too that it's always pedojacketing because pedophilia is the only crime where people will act completely irrationally about it. Like there are legal protections in place to stop you from being treated poorly in an investigation. Things that stop you. That you're not allowed to be. Entrapment is illegal. You can't be searched without a warrant, etc. You are to be presumed innocent unless proven guilty. But the thing is, when these things get in the way of convicting somebody who's accused of child predation, people get angry. People get angry and they want these things removed. If you can convince someone that either a person or a group of people is a pedophile, they will willfully and gleefully tear apart their own civil rights in order to get them. And it's very stupid. And look, this is why the right always goes to pedophilia when it comes to LGBT people. People act with such irrational, self-sabotaging bloodlust. They made a whole show that was barely removing it from entrapment has birthed nearly 1,000 shitty YouTubers. Honestly, like, I have seen way too many instances of people who take part in predator hunting turning out to be predators themselves. Like, it's alarming how often it happens.
Do you need something? Consider it done. As you wish.
Literally weaponizing pedophilia to silence anyone who disagrees. Yeah. It's now just become commonplace that if someone doesn't if someone doesn't like your favorite movie, you just go, oh, it'll probably come out that they're a pedo or something.
Easily done.
Which, of course, creates this environment where people can lie. And if you have a parasocial hatred with towards someone, then you're inclined to believe it. Somebody once described me as a YouTuber who, as a YouTuber I have one-sided beef with. And it's like, honey, one-sided beef is called parasocial obsession.
At once.
You don't have beef with me, I don't know you.
Of course.
Hey,
Very well.
I should have joined the army. What is your bidding?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Tell me.
It's his teeth. I'm driving this man insane. People really bend themselves backwards and forwards to justify being a complete cunt. Yeah, they do.
Not a problem.
Yeah, they do.
I should have joined the army.
Consider it done. Whatever you need.
What you want?
Thy temper shield!
As you wish.
what you want?
CD, what's your favorite curse word or phrase?
It is
Fuck.
great indeed.
Yes?
I care not.
Useless to resist!
Did Faldor get chugged? Holy shit.
Yes, very well.
Fuck is the Swiss Army knife of bad words. Yep.
Fear my wrath,
It's perfect.
for It is great indeed.
I care not.
Thy temper shield!
all.
What is your bidding? I don't want to talk. Sure.
What is it?
I am wonderful.
What is your command?
Ah, shit.
Do you need something?
I don't think Gen Z is gonna have this problem forever. I mean, sooner or later, every young person eventually has to like wise up to that. You know, you have to operate in how the world works, not how you wish it would work. I just think it's gonna take longer, so long as social media keeps feeding them this feedback loop of bullshit.
Tell me.
I mean, it wasn't too long ago that millennials were in the same position, but I mean, like, more and more millennials have just kind of stopped giving a fuck.
Whatever you need.
Tis but a flesh grace.
Yes.
Okay, everyone's CC'd in some way.
What is not a problem? Sleep well, my friend.
Okay, playing a sorcerer is just not working out for me. Should go back and save that as Eliza. Happy time zone. What the fuck is... Okay. Crossing my fingers, honestly. I think it will. Like, here's the thing. Things always work out in the end. Honestly. I know it sounds trite, but things do honestly work out in the end. This isn't the first time we've had a conservative... Look, we had a similar conservative backslide in the 80s, okay? I don't really care what Trump does. If the conversation doesn't include deciding how to undercut him and protect our minorities, I don't really care. Yeah, focusing on all the shit he does is just gonna, like... It's doom posting is what it is. Like, we need to be discussing how to fix things and not just panicking. And I think, like, a lot of people like panicking because it looks like doing something when you're not. Actually, yeah, fuck. This is going to be the single biggest roadblock we're going to have for a very long time, is that a lot of your social media feed is going to be filled with people trying to make doing nothing into a form of activism. It's what they do, and it's kind of what they've always done. Sorry. It's what they've always done. Is you see a lot of these same things where it's like, oh, I'm not voting because of Gaza, or I'm not it's like, fucking hell. I can't stop belching. I'm so sorry. And it's like when people say I'm not voting because of Gaza, look past what they actually say and look at what it is. Look at what they're doing. they're doing nothing and trying to present it as if that in and of itself is something. If we withhold our vote, it sends a message. It sends a message that you can be ignored. That's what it sends. Withholding your vote has never done anything but ultimately prove that you don't have to be listened to. And every single election cycle, for both the US and Canada, you have people continuing to insist, if I withhold my vote, that's doing something. But they're not trying to convince you. They're trying to convince themselves. Because at the end of the day, they don't want to get up early on a November morning and stand outside in the cold and wait. They don't want to do that. A lot of people would rather just spam post on Twitter than go do something useful. Who chose not to vote for Harris because of Biden and Harris's actions? Yeah, that's it. And with the Bernie or Busters. Yeah, the Bernie or Busters, they didn't want to get up. They didn't want to go out early on a November morning. They'd rather stay home and just keep doom posting. Because it's what they already wanted to do to begin with. It's what, like, this is what they wanted to do. And they're going to come up with an argument for why doing what I already wanted to do in the first place is actually the moral thing to do. They've always worked like this. Convinced America might benefit from compulsory voting. Like, yeah, that is the case. Any democracy that wants to survive needs compulsory voting. If you don't have compulsory voting, you have a problem. I accidentally reported what you were saying. That's fine. Worst case scenarios, I get a single copy, or I get a single community guideline strike that wears off in about 3 months. You're okay. A lot of them, they just want to sit at home and feed their social media addiction, but they also know that that's a bad thing to do, so they try to convince themselves it's a good thing to do. We kind of saw this like a decade ago with the way people kept trying to make consumption into activism. You know, I'm a good and progressive person because I watch good and progressive media. No, you're not. And then these same people got angry when people pointed out the progressive media they liked wasn't as progressive as they thought it was. I've always found that, always think about this, is that this phrase is like catnip to a lot of people on every end of the political spectrum. You are already doing the right thing. That's what a lot of people want to hear. It's what a lot of people try to convince themselves of. Very few people, and if you pay attention, you'll notice this. Very few people try to argue against the things they're already doing. Very few people try to argue for personal change. A lot of people tend to argue on the basis of, you need to be more like me. That's what they do. But are you involved in real life organizing? It doesn't have to be a big involvement. Nobody's asking you to be like part of a leadership or planning things. I'm part of IRL organizing, but what I do is I just fix the phones of the people who do all the real work. That's what I do. You're not really an activist, said the people to me. Said to me by people on TikTok after I did a few BLM marches. Neat. Even if it's donating what you can. Yeah, honestly. Like, if you're not in a position where you can do a lot of things, the best thing you could probably do is just give money to people who can.
Yes? Very well. What is it?
Butterfly effect's a real thing. Any tiny act could mean the world to someone. Yeah. The kicker is that the people who do a lot of this posturing on social media, they're ultimately trying to raise their social capital at the expense of everyone else. It's why they're always on the offensive. They want everyone to know that they have good politics, even though they don't. Like I said, it reminds me a lot of my ex. Really wanted to be considered a good, really invested in the idea of herself as a good person, but at the same time wasn't, and became utterly distraught when whenever that was pointed out to her. If you criticized her behavior in any way, it was just this horrible meltdown.
Do you need something?
I care not.
Tell me.
I don't want to talk. Yes.
My temper shield.
Nature is all.
Whatever you need.
Ooh, what are you?
Yes? Not a problem. Sleep well, my friend. What is it? Do you need consider it done?
Yep. This way.
Tell me as you wish.
What is your command? Master science.
Whatever you need.
What you want? My put you down to size.
Yes?
I had a relationship where my ex would do everything to say she was okay with me being trans, and then went on to misgender me every time we would talk. Oh, yep. It's always that shit. It's like, oh, I'm totally okay with you being trans. Okay, stop misgendering me. Stop suggesting I'm a bad ally. That's good. Weird feelings on like, I don't know if you've seen, but people are talking about Anonymous again. Oh, yeah. Say what you will about Anonymous, they tend to focus almost exclusively on, fucking hell, really?
Do you need something? Tell me. Help! Please!
Fuck. Almost. The thing is that what are they going to do? Find more dirt on Trump that won't matter? I get tired of pretending we can appeal to the American people with that stuff when, like, he's a 37-time felon. All he's got to say is fake news and that's it. Yeah, people seem to think, like... I'm sorry, politicians are not trans women on social media. You can't just find dirt on them and end their fucking careers.
Yes?
Like, that shit only works if people want to believe it in the first place.
I don't... Sure.
I care not.
Fear my wrath, for it is great indeed.
Nature is all.
What is your bidding? Great peril yields great beauty.
I am one. I will do that. By is a fine way to die.
Oh, there we go.
You want?
What is it? Not a problem. Do you need something? Tell me. Whatever you need.
I am wounded.
Yes? Sleep well, my friend. Consider it done.
My blade will cut you down to size.
What is it? Oops. Take that! Do you need something?
What you this way?
Tell me, as you wish.
Holy shit, did I live? That's almost exactly my point. Even then, does canceling even work? I mean, you're still here, Mr. Beast still kicking around, Aspen, I think PewDiePie, I won't list all of them. Yeah, some people seem to think that my career is dead because I'm experiencing the same drop in viewership that a lot of people are, honestly. Like a lot of older legacy channels have had their viewership tank. There's just too much drama slop on YouTube. It's just what people... 1 second, I got a patron who's having a problem. There's just way too much. There's so much fucking drama slop on YouTube. It's burying everyone else. And of course, like, again, the audience for YouTube is like 18 to 24 demographic. That's the prime audience for YouTube, and that audience would rather watch drama slop and neo-Nazi shit.
I'm sorry, I can't carry
I
anymore.
care not. I've done had enough of this.
One thing at a time.
Whatever you need.
Yep.
There's also, as I said before, the fact that a big problem that a lot of legacy channels are having is that their content was made specifically for an environment on YouTube of, you know, like, you subscribe to a channel and you want to watch more of their stuff. Of course, that's not how people watch YouTube anymore. A lot of people say, oh, subscribers don't matter anymore. They do still matter. But the problem is most people don't check their subscription tab anymore. They just stay on the front page. And I think some people seem to genuinely believe, like, I always face this head. It's like, oh, YouTube doesn't send me your videos anymore. Are you checking the tab or are you just checking the front page? I was like, doesn't subscribing put you on my front page? No.
I'm sorry, I can't carry
When
anymore.
has that ever been the case?
Good on you if you save the day.
Also, ring the bell. Oh, yeah. Ringing the bell sends a push notification to your phone. That's what that does. Again, if you check the subscription tab, nobody has this problem. But, again, they don't. And trying to get a young person to click off the fucking, off the main page is like pulling teeth sometimes. Oh, I'm not getting recommended your videos. You are, you just aren't looking. You're on my homepage, but you kind of have to cultivate your feed to be what you want. No, you don't. You just have to look. Never mind. I'm not doing this. I'm not gonna get into this because you're just gonna keep running me in circles and pissing me off. Some people say when you don't get pushed notice, it's like that people are only focused on them. I tend to just check your channel every now and then when I have a break. Yeah, that's...
Yes. Easily done.
A lot of people, like, a lot of young people, they expect algorithms to... They expect algorithms to give them things to watch. It's why a lot of them ended up flaking off of YouTube, because, like, you have to follow blogs in order to get things you want to see. And a lot of them were like, well, there wasn't anything on my dashboard, so I just left. I don't want to say something like you're using the platform wrong, except no, I do. You're using the platform wrong. Like, it's not Twitter. There isn't a For You page to scroll through endlessly. I don't know, they come to YouTube like it's a quick release crackdown. One thing I never understood, I always check my subs tabs first whenever I get on YouTube, and when I heard people complain about not seeing their subs, I was so confused. Yeah, I don't think they know there's a subscription tab. Now, way back in ye olden days, YouTube used to work in that your subscriptions were on the front page. I don't know why I've had headphones on, nothing's coming through them. Your subscriptions were on the front page. But then they changed it to recommendations, and we were all like, what? No, subscription should be on the front page. But, you know, over time, more and more and more and more people have just stopped looking at their subscription tab. Now, the reason for a channel's drop in viewership compared to their sub number is kind of like, the reasons people will claim is kind of dependent on whether or not they like a channel or not. Wasn't it like way back then before they took star? Yeah, they replaced the 5-star rating system with, what are you playing? I'm playing Baldur's Gate. They replaced the 5-star rating system with the like-dislike system, and we were all like, dude, what? Stop trying to make this like Facebook. Fuck off. But they just persisted. The only good game from BioWare. BioWare's made a lot of good games. I mean, honestly, if you don't think most of their games are good, then I think you just don't like RPGs. Someone who used to rewatch a lot of the same videos again and again until I got bored of having seen it 30 times. It makes my front page showing me more of the people I'm sub to. Yeah, I tend to hit either not recommend, like, don't recommend this channel if I, like, hang on, let's see. If I go to my front page, what do I see? r/anti-work from MK. How to be a god in Baldur's Gate 2. Olympic archery versus historical techniques. What medieval junk food was like. Oh, that looks fascinating. Ranking all 30 plus Skyrim swords from worst to best. Appearance based. Don't recommend this channel. Building a survival cabin with a chimney, fireplace, and wooden roof. Okay, yeah, I'm going to put that on my watch later. It's Wizard Time Volume 2 from Punky Doodles, and why do civilians get better guns than the military? What? Don't recommend that. Then there's this fucking Playables tab, which I really fucking hate. YouTube used to have a star rating system. Damn, I'm young, and I remember the old Minecraft channels from way back in the day. Yep, when they converted from a star rating system to the like-dislike system, anything 2.5 stars and over was converted to a like, and anything 2.5 stars and below was converted to a dislike. But, like, actually, here's another thing that has affected YouTube people's viewership. And I would honestly point to this as the primary reason a lot of channels are seeing less viewership. If I search anything like, sure, Dungeons and Dragons, you get one result, latest from the Dungeons and Dragons YouTube channel, you get shorts, you get more shorts, you get 2 results, you get more shorts, you get a fucking page of results, mercifully. Then you get channels new to you. Then you get more results, and then you get from related searches. And this goes on and on and on. Actually, hang on. Let's turn this off for a sec, because I think I actually filtered something. Like, YouTube search is a fucking nightmare. Why is there always a shorts carousel in here? YouTube really wants you watching shorts. I don't get it. Like, I just don't. Well, I get it. They give people a lower revenue share from money made from shorts. You can train YouTube to show you content you want quite easily. Mine's trained on cooking videos and Blender tutorials. This weird, convoluted way of showing all sorts of things except the videos I want to find is wild to me. Yep. And this is like, they brought this in like about a year or 2 ago. And this has affected people's viewership way more than anything else. The fact that you can't search for something without just getting junk in your fucking searches. Like, that's the problem. They now have recommended sections in your search results. There is no section of YouTube where your recommendations aren't a thing. Oh, fuck. Hang on. I didn't mean to click that. If I pop over to subscriptions. Okay. Now I actually see some decent shit, but of course, there's a fucking shorts carousel in here. There's a shorts carousel even in your subscriptions tab. When they could just stick them there as videos, if it's that fucking important to them. The constant short suggestions. Yeah, I used to have this extension called YouTube Search Fixer. But the problem it created was just that it lags YouTube rather horrendously. Platform is just copying TikTok nowadays. It's such a cop-out. Well, yeah, that's weirdly enough, that's kind of what YouTube has always done. When YouTube brought in likes and dislikes, it was to copy Facebook. And then they were trying to copy Instagram. And then they were trying to copy TikTok. And it's just like, you know what the dumbest part of it is? I think the dumbest part of, let's see. The dumbest part of YouTube trying to copy every other fucking platform is that when you look at the top social media platforms, YouTube is the fucking top. It is the first one. It has 4 times the fucking user base. It has 4 times the monthly user base of TikTok. Why are you copying someone who has 25% of your audience? You're supposed to be the one everyone else copies. Why is why is the king copying the jester? YouTube isn't just the top social media platform, it is the top by a massive margin. But when was this? When was this posted? Yeah, just a couple days ago. Tell me about anything you can do, I could do better mindset. Oh my God. By like 50 billion. And here's the thing. I don't even mind YouTube Shorts. I think YouTube Shorts are great. I like YouTube Shorts. But you know what I would like the most? I would like it if YouTube Shorts. 1 second. I would like it if YouTube Shorts stayed on this little tab here. You know, if I want the shorts, I'll watch the shorts. I do that sometimes. I'll like pop open YouTube and I'll just scroll through my shorts for like 20 minutes. There we go. Boom. This is exactly where I want shorts to be. This is exactly how I want to consume shorts. Something to flick through while I'm waiting for something to render or process or convert. Or I'm waiting for the fucking oven to preheat. This is the exact, like, because yeah, I'm that bitch. If I actively use TikTok, this is how I'd use it. But I don't use TikTok. I don't get shorts pop-ups. Me neither, honestly. Me fucking neither. 1 or 3 shorts is fine. Recommended ones, the ones from your sub channels related to your searches, that's it. Well, here's the thing. I don't really want shorts in any other CD's recommendations being doxed, Lamau. What are you talking about?
You know, it's impossible to tie a knot without leaving.
I'll enter Vine mode when I want to. Exactly. Yeah, that's it. I'll enter Vine mode when I fucking want to.
How quickly can you get something done? If you said
This is the vector I prefer to consume shorts. If I'm not on that tab, I don't want to ever fucking see the damn things. Why did Vine die again? It wasn't a moneymaker. That's really why Vine died. I mean, the style of content that they that it pioneered was creative, but it wasn't a moneymaker. Like, even now, if you post a lot of shorts, like, you don't get paid much. Organized would increase your overall health of your website, but what do I know? Yeah. I have gone to great lengths to eliminate the shorts carousel from every aspect of YouTube. Like, if I'm on desktop, I don't want shorts. That's always been the thing. If I'm on YouTube desktop, I don't want shorts. Now, YouTube search used to be worse. It used to be way worse because, like, when they first made the change, they added this little tab called People Also Watched, and it was just any trending video, irrelevant to your actual to your search to what you were searching for. It was just this thing of irrelevant garbage in your search terms. One second. That is what had a major contributing factor to, like, my to my viewership dropping. Now, admittedly, a part of it was also the fact that you can't search my name without finding a bunch of Nazi shit. But why they got rid of what people have also watched? You know, I use Google normally because I use Google service normally because I hated it. You being shit is what pushes people to TikTok in the first place. I don't think it's YouTube being shit because, remember, YouTube's never really been any more shit than other social media sites. Like, honestly, YouTube is less shit than fucking Tumblr and Twitter. Like, on Tumblr, if you're a trans woman, you just get banned out of the blue. That's it. Dedicated to removing shorts from YouTube. At a glance, it appears to tidy up search results as well, but I've not dug that far into it. Yeah, there's a few add-ons like that. YouTube doesn't like them. YouTube doesn't like them and actively slows you down if it detects you're using them. Oh, the ads are just horrible. I've heard that they're giving ads to red members. I have YouTube Premium. I have not encountered that. I do experience ads when videos are linked on different platforms, but Google brand ads and I think political ads, but like still. You know, it's funny. Before I got YouTube Premium, most of the ads I experienced on my phone were for YouTube Premium. Hope you have a lovely day, CD. See ya at Azentar. I think that's how you pronounce that. I wouldn't know. I just use ad blocker. Yeah, I mean, I used to use ad blocker too, but YouTube started flagging BlockTube as an ad, and so it's like, all right, fine, I cave. You can have like the fucking $20 a month. I'm gonna be honest. I think drama YouTube is not really long for this world because it's another one of those It's another one of those fads. Like drama YouTube drama has kind of always been around with like the likes of Keemstar and Leafy is here, but it's like really picked up recently as a result of a bunch of like of a bunch of people pretending to be pretending they're making documentaries. But like it's already experiencing a severe backlash as people are kind of realizing, no, you can't use kiwi farms to accuse someone of predation. So I don't think it's long for this world. I got YouTube Premium because my housemate made me realize it's basically my most used streaming service. Yeah. Somebody suggested I should try to get on Nebula, and it's like, one, Nebula would never let me on their platform. That would never fucking happen. But for two, like, I already have Patreon, so why would I want to join a subscription service with where half the money just goes to some corpo?
Do you need something?
People argue with me about that. It's like, oh no, it's creator owned. No, it's not. It has shareholders. These services are never fully creator owned. They have investors.
Tell me.
I think Curiosity Stream is their primary investor.
Hello, I don't want any trouble.
Let's see. BG1 best equipment. A lot of it is also just barely distinguishable from harassment drama content. That is, yeah. I don't think you'll ever really get rid of the subset of people for whom it's like, oh, drama content is bad, except when it's someone that I don't like. But I think a lot of the people who willingly watch these 2-hour-long documentaries on someone they've never heard about, like, yeah, I don't really think that's long for this world. Get out, try to get some sleep, less than 2 hours. Have a good. Oh, see you, Lexer. Especially given the fact that the audience for drama YouTube is just getting weaker and weaker and weaker, and like, fucking hell. After my name change went viral on Twitter, I saw no less than 20 different comments in my approval queue, all saying the same thing, which was just like, "Hey Lily, I hear you like 'em young," and I'm just like, you're all using the exact same phrase. You stole that from someone, and you're letting memes do your thinking for you. Same thing with with a lot of them just copying that Family Guy joke about, like, we now present Mozart's The Magic Flute in A minor. And it's like, you all repeat the exact same stock phrase, which means you're either bots or you're just really dense. Weird thumbnails, too. The ones with edited pictures of the person looking bruised and beat up. Oh, yeah. Like, the audience for drama YouTube, their brains are fucking melting. Now, granted, Twitter was always the special ed class of social media, but...
Whatever you need.
No idea if that's a thing people were saying about you with. Yeah, it happens a lot. Like, there's always a new meme for people to copy. Like, a lot of the people who believe the shit that's said about me, they aren't very bright to begin with. Never were.
Of course.
What you want?
I watched The Right Opinion. He covers dramas like years after the dust has settled. Yeah, I remember The Right Opinion. Like, he was right alongside, like, Turkey Tom and Daft Pina, and that they got their start just harassing Jaden Animations.
Consider it done.
Yeah, I would not watch that guy if I were you. That guy is a fucking sociopath.
No time to chit-chat.
As you wish.
I serve the flaming fist.
Do-gooders always make me wanna vomit.
Really? I didn't know that. Yep.
Easily done.
A lot of them, like, this is the kicker, guys. There is no such thing as a good drama YouTuber. None. People covering dramas like years after the fact, when the dust has settled, like, unless it ends up being this cautionary tale on drama itself as a concept, then no, they're all bad. I remember seeing a random VTuber do a video about Old Name and first thought, wow, you just want clout, don't you? Yeah, VTubers are even worse in that regard. Like, VTubers are a dime a dozen, and, like, none of them are good. People keep saying, oh, Lily, you need to get a VTuber bottle, or, like, a PNG tuber model, and it's just like, why? Oh, well, if you don't, then, like, the audience for your streams is going to drop because you're behind the times. First of all... You have to cultivate your own audience. You can't just chase whatever the times are. The times are going to move past me whether I like it or not. That's part of aging. I see drama videos about videos and I just don't care. It just seems so forced just to hate. Yep, that's exactly what it is. Like, that's the kicker. These videos would not exist if there wasn't a financial incentive to do it. A lot of the people who just make these obsessive thieving reaction videos to me, they do it because reaction videos are good money. If there wasn't a financial incentive to do it, then they wouldn't be doing it. Broke down those writing advices you did years ago. Yeah, I heard they kind of walked back on that. They kind of clued in that it was just a joke. And then, of course, some other, like, after they did that, some other guy just plagiarized all their criticisms into a separate video entirely. At least on desktop, I have BlockTuber. I have BlockTube. What would VTuber CD add to these streams? I have no fucking idea. I have absolutely no fucking idea. It's a lot of people who think that the trick is like, it's a lot of people who think they need to play the algorithm to gas up their viewership, and they clearly don't like actually doing this job. Love those advices. Was funny to read through them and had some good tips in there too. Yeah, it's just people want to be mad. We'll take a random video essay about you as gospel without even looking at your channel. They don't care. Honestly, they don't care. They're mad that I criticized Steven Universe that one time. That's it. They haven't watched anything recent. If they had, they wouldn't be such a psycho about it. I would probably just be an animated version of the puppet. Yeah.
Of course.
Greetings, taxpayers. I am Duke Eltan, commander of the Flaming Fist.
Your journey has come full circle. Duke Elton has asked that you travel back to Candlekeep, where you must spy upon the leaders of the Iron Throne. While it troubles you that such evil men now make use of the Great Library, and you wish the circumstances of your visit would be different, it will still be a pleasure to return to your former home.
Very well.
Hold, travelers! Before you will be allowed entrance, you must donate a tome of great value to our libraries.
20 seconds behind, LaMau. Trend chase, that always works. Trend chase, that always works out for everyone involved. Yep. Like, that's the thing. In a lot of cases, I don't trend chase. I make trends. I mean, for fuck's sake, like, hey, here's a phrase that'll piss off the people lurking in the stream and recording. What's the most watched Steven Universe video essay? Your channel on and off for a few years, and I remember the first thing that brought me to your channel in the first place was basically a hate video on you. Yeah, a lot of people have discovered my work that way. Actually, hang on. This is my... hang on. This is my favorite part of this. So there's like one guy who's done like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like 7 different videos trying to claim that Steven Universe is good, actually. And one of them has 400k views. One of them has almost 1 million. One of them has 87k. The other one has 87k. One has 252k. One has 115k, and one has 82k. Now, out of all of those, the one with almost 1 million is a pretty interesting outlier. And it's the one with my name in it. Like, this guy tries to do videos about how Steven Universe is good, actually, and they don't do well unless you package it with transphobia. Fucking hell. Oh, God. And I think that's delightful. I think that's fucking delightful. Because, like, some people will claim, oh, this show is going through a reappraisal. You know, it's being viewed more favorably than it used to. No, it's not. The people who are criticizing it just moved the fuck on. You were officially the most popular Steven Universe YouTuber. Oh, yeah, and it drives them crazy to this day. It drives them absolutely fucking ballistic. They hate it. They hate it so much. And it's like, it doesn't matter how much you do. It doesn't matter how much you slander me. That won't change. That's never going to change. Ever. No publicity. It's bad publicity. Rewatch SU for the first time ended last year. I asked him how he found it after the fact, and he admitted it didn't hold up. I still refuse to watch the roundtable because of the Make-A-Wish crap. I mean, there was minor drama with another smaller YouTuber I watched it. Yeah, it's how these channels always go. They always implode. You can't sustain a channel on hatred ever. Cuz like the moment you stop talking about the thing that everyone hates, the moment you stop talking about it, your channel dies. Created a trend of Vox just harassing people because he can. Yeah, it's the only way he got attention. It's the only way he got views in any way, shape, or form.
Not a problem. Consider it done.
On to lunch break. We'll be right back. He based channels that survived as I Hate Everything, and I wonder how. Still around? Sort of. I mean, even he's been affected by changes in just viewer behavior in the YouTube algorithm, honestly.
Yeah, as you wish. Easily done.
Hey CD, hope you're doing well. I like your vids despite not understanding some stuff and hope you keep it up. May I ask what is your fave PS1/PS2 games other than Kingdom Hearts, and do you recommend them?
Favorite PS2 game? Probably Revenge of the Sith. And the Prince of Persia series. The Sands of Time trilogy. They're good. Oh, wow. Now there's the rapscallion. Set on the little wisp now and make every bolt count. 9 hells, it's good to be home, Winthrop, my old man. And you, little missus, owe me a long account for all my worries after you'd run off. I do, I know. Oh damn, I'm so glad to see you, Puff Guts. Venturing on Throp's world out there needs a righteous old kick in the arse every now and again. Spoken with the wisdom of a true fool. By the gods, I love this bastard child. Aww. Winthrop.
What is it?
My hotel's as clean as an elven arse.
Do you need something? At once.
So it tells me the Lego Star Wars game released before Episode 3. Oh yeah. Revenge of the Sith was a good game. Wish I held on to it. Yep. Honestly, like, for me, the tide is starting to change to a certain extent. YouTube Studio gives me this little tab called, like, what your audience watches. And about, like, about a year ago, it was mostly just the drama sphere. But more actual videos are starting to pop up in there, amidst all the slop. So, you know, there's a sea change on the horizon. My views are also picking up too. They kind of hit a nadir, and now they're starting to rise again.
Cities are a blight on the beauty of nature.
Honestly, good. You think your new name will stop the drama? I don't think it'll stop it. I mean, it's more than a few of them have had to, like, go back and, like, edit their video titles to include the new name, but it's not really gonna work the same way. And admittedly, more than a few of them just didn't bother because the people who posted them have just fucked off and they aren't really doing anything. I wish there were more videos covering, like, the shit that my stalkers have gotten up to without also just, you know, without trying really hard to avoid accepting the fact that a lot of these flagrant malicious liars are probably lying about me too. I wish that would happen. I wish some of these people would start having a spotlight shone onto them. But the only people shining that spotlight will turn around and go, yes, this person is a flagrant malicious liar, but I'm positive that they didn't lie about Lily. Whatever. Anyway, like, the point of it wasn't to get rid of the drama. The point of it was to detach drama from my name. I changed my name a while ago. Nobody is ever going to know what it is in any way, shape, or form. The stalkers think they figured it out, but it's mostly just red herrings I gave them on purpose. Moved on with their lives, touched grass. Yep. Where the fuck is...
What you want?
There it is. How often do you gotta leave town? I usually do not stay in one place for too long, so I'm rarely forced to leave. I prefer to slip away unnoticed. Yeah, but there must have been some time you couldn't get away fast enough. I tend to forget such inconveniences the next day. Life is too short for regrets and unpleasant memories.
Tell me.
Hey, Moose. What are you up to?
What do you need?
welcome in my sight.
We shouldn't know your real name, or if we do, it shouldn't be used about as regularly as a Vader cameo. Bad example. Game looks old by the style but the style looks lovely. Oh yeah.
These walls contain the world's knowledge.
Whatever you need. Of course. Hmm? Very well.
CD's got name and shirts. I love it. Cute.
I think we all deserve a pat on the back.
Salutations. I am Catterley, a visitor of Candlekeep, like yourselves.
Our library is a man's harem of knowledge.
Not seen you for quite some time. You could have certainly picked a busy time to visit us. I wish I could chat about the plans to have a meeting room for our guests. Yes.
Hello there.
Yes?
Yay, Candlekeep. Oh yeah, Baldur's Gate continues to be my favorite game.
Not a problem.
Something on your mind?
Consider it done.
Our library is a man's harem of knowledge.
You need something, stranger?
I think we all deserve a pat on the back.
As you wish. Easily done. What is it?
I care not.
At once. Do you need something?
Okay, gotta pick more spells. Spook. There we go. Well, you did not level up. You did. Okay. Insect plague, yes! Spell thrust. I'm past the point where sleep is actually useful to me. So, it's just going to be magic missiles for days for old Amy. Let's compare all the Baldur's Gate games. Would be fun, too, similar to what you did with Dragon Age. Yeah, like, I don't think you guys realize exactly the sheer amount of time commitment that takes. Like, it took me several months to do the Dragon Age video.
Yep.
Also, 1 + 2 + Siege, total 120 hours. Yeah. Yeah, there's so many classes here, it's astonishing. So a no to my question. A Baldur's Gate is good and here's why video or something of that nature? Possibly? I do have a patron exclusive video on Immo and Romance in the works. Dragon Age ones, so far they're my favorite to watch and listen to at work. I would like to make them. It's just that, again, you know, I do need to put out regular content as well.
I'm gone.
I have considered bringing back In a Minute. I mean, like, I got rid of it the first time just because it was like not performing very well. But none of my videos are performing very well now, so who gives a shit? At least it was easy to make.
Tell me, of course.
I care not. This way.
Whatever, very well.
Yep. I've done had enough of this. What you want?
Not a problem.
It's like, let's see. There's so many classes here, it's astonishing. Yep, there's a lot of classes, especially if you mod the game like I did.
Done. What is it? As you wish. Do you need something? Tell me.
I care
Our
not.
library is a man's harem of knowledge.
Easily done.
Yep, I am gone.
Whatever at once.
That's a lot of hours. Yep.
Our library is a
man's harem of knowledge.
Of course. Yes, very well.
Hello, Eliza. If you're reading this, that means I have met an untimely death. I would tell you not to grieve for me, but I feel much better thinking that you would. There are things I must tell you in this letter that I might have told you before. However, if my death came too soon, then I would have never been given a chance. First off, I am not your biological father. For that distinction lies with an entity known as Baal. The Baal that I speak of is the one you know of as a divinity. In the crisis known as the Time of Troubles, when the gods walked Faerûd, Baal was also forced into a mortal shell. He was somehow forewarned of the death that awaited him during this time. For reasons unknown to me, he sought out women of every race and forced himself upon them. Your mother was one of those women, and as you know, she died in childbirth. I had been her friend and, on occasion, lover. I felt obligated to raise you as my own. I would have thought of you as my child, and I hope you still think of me as your father. You are a special child. The blood of the gods runs in your veins, and if you make use of our extensive library, you'll find that our founder, Alondo, has many prophecies concerning the coming of the spawn of Baal. There are many who will want to use you for their own purposes. One, a man who calls himself Saravak, is the worst danger. He has studied here at Candlekeep and thus knows a great deal about your history and who you are. You read the note found among Quran. Oh, yeah.
What is it? Not a problem. Do you need some? Consider it done. Tell me. Whatever you need. As you wish.
What you want?
Imoen has pulled a mirror out of her backpack and seems to be in the middle of a funny face practice. Imoen moans very faintly, lost in thought, and mutters something to herself. You want something from me, Imoen? Oh no, I didn't want to disturb you, Imoen. Alright, Imoen, you are quite wise. Oh, hey. I didn't think that'd kick in by now.
At once.
The letter, the feels. Oh, yeah.
Greetings, young one.
In his old room. Please forgive my abrupt nature, but how much requires my...
Good on you if you save the day.
Yes, of course.
These walls contain the world's knowledge.
What is it?
PG-3, but something about it felt really slow, and I stopped at the area with all the lanterns and fog. Oh, God, I hated that one.
Very well.
Oh, it was the fucking worst. Tetheril, where'd you go?
Someone disturbs me.
Not a problem. Do you need something? Consider it done.
Our rules are very...
You're accused of murdering the men Bruno's command. You give yourself up now, you'll be assured a fair trial. Still need to finish. Yeah, like... Yeah, BG3 is just kind of slow in general. I actually downloaded a mod to give it real-time combat.
Someone disturbs me.
Greetings, young one.
Tell me as you wish.
Real-time combat, how would that play out? Because that kind of sounds like it would be one of those World War II games like Company of Heroes. Oh, well, I can show you. Just give it a sec for it to update Steam and boot. Loving the vibe zone. Let it put its boots on. Beautiful. You're all lovely.
Very well. I should speak up.
Okay, first things first, I gotta pick up the idiot brigade. Wake up! Wakey, wakey, your brain's being eaten by a tentacle snakey.
How is this possible? I remember the ship. I remember falling. Then nothing.
Okay, now what?
First, we need supplies, shelter, and most of all, a healer. We might have escaped, but we still have these little monsters.
You're a priest, aren't you the healer?
We need each other, and we both know what's at stake. Can't think of better company. One thing, just before we go. I wanted to thank you again for freeing me. It would have been all too easy for you to run right past my pod, but you didn't. I'll remember that. Lead the way.
You know, on reflection, I actually kind of warmed up to Shadowheart to an extent. I mean, she got the same vibe of just like, hey, you really helped me out of a jam. I appreciate that. Rather than like every other companion just being like, I can't fucking stand you, but for some reason I feel like I just should adventure with you for no goddamn reason.
Those wretched things.
Wounds are too much to bear. Tormented.
May the gods take you first.
Oops. Accent sounds familiar. Sarah, I think I found your sister. I wonder if there's a mod to restore the voiceover. Oh, great. I gotta pick you up again.
You're alive. We need each other.
You can see if I enter turn-based mode and I take an action, my character starts doing it, but then just doesn't actually do it. And that's because I just paused.
More of those wretched things.
You fight well. Perhaps our survival isn't such a distant prospect. There is work to do. No time to waste.
Let's move.
Yeah, it's brutal. Real-time combat is hard, and the way this mod does it isn't great. Actually, hold on a second. Those guys are attacking awfully quickly. They're supposed to be on a 6-second timer. Imagine otter mode with this. Yeah, the game wasn't made for real-time combat, and admittedly, it is a very, very spirited effort to make it work, but... Let's see, Brawl, Companion AI. Toggle the companion.
Time to press ahead.
You're alive.
Nobody tell challenge YouTubers.
We need each other.
Father, they will die for you. Need to find a way forward.
I could see it playing well, but definitely needs a few changes. Not sure if a Tales of game would work, but it reminds me of that a little bit. I think it's just, you just gotta, like, you just gotta get used to it. Like, I can't really say it's done poorly. I've basically only played it for a grand total of 2 minutes. So.
You fight well. Perhaps our survival isn't such a distant thing.
Difficulty am I on? Can't even find it. You think it'd be under gameplay, but... Huh. I don't think it's working properly because a lot of these enemies are attacking faster than they're supposed to. They're supposed to only have a 6-second attack window. But anyway, that is how it works. It is utterly fucking brutal. But for whatever reason, my companion AI doesn't seem to work. My companions are supposed to take actions on their own, but they don't. Which is odd. Turn-based swarm mode isn't implemented yet, but that actually looks interesting. That looked like hell, lol. I just gotta get used to it. It was working fine beforehand, I think. I need to... Maybe if I think I need to boot from the mod manager. Welcome back to the vibe zone. Yeah, welcome back to the vibe zone. The vibe zone. You figure on her as I started to only like women action. Someone is probably going to be watching this stream and going, see, this is why, it's like, this is why Lily doesn't understand RPGs, because she's having a worse time with, real time with pause and won't admit it. It's like, and won't admit that turn-based is just easier. Yeah, maybe easier, but it's more boring, which is kind of the point. That's the problem I've always had with it. Like, oh, you see, real time with pause is worse because it's harder. Oh, that sounds like quitter talk to me. And honestly, it's on me for picking a sorcerer in the first place. Oh, God, I wish you could zoom out a little more.
wretched things.
What's next, I wonder? I'll go this way.
Oh. Oh yeah, this is the fun part. This is admittedly probably one of the biggest oversights is you can pause as many times as you want and issue new commands. Like, every character has improved alacrity now.
Father, they will die for you. The butcher calls.
What am I to do?
Oh, that's kind of cool. Yippee. Yep.
There is work to do. Onward in her name.
Everyone has improved alacrity. It's fucking great.
Headache. Walk in death.
Your ability to decimate a group is entirely based on how quickly you can pause and issue new commands. It's fucking amazing. A little, but I think I get it. It's live, but pause, kind of like RimWorld. It's just, it's real-time combat. That's what it is.
Footprints. There may be even more that survived the crash. What's going on with that rune? Looks
Dead
unstable
goblins over there.
somehow.
Worth checking for supplies, maybe. My faith protects me.
All right, what now?
Just a brief respite.
The Mega Man pause glitch. Yeah, kinda. Oh, here we go.
Zoru was...
Just get rid of them.
She's right. Let's go. We need to check out that blah.
Enough gawking. Get me down.
Hear goblins before you see them.
The tadpole hasn't yet scrambled, but the long...
Careful. She obviously...
Get Yankee protocol. The cure I offer will...
All right, let's find something else to stab. Yeah, one sec. He's like nifty with the stab. Yep, pretty much. Stabby.
I hear shouting up ahead.
We should check it out, but be careful.
Open the bloody gate! What? Damn and suck.
I wonder what the next move is. Your time has come.
Eager for battle.
Still alive. Progress.
Long way to go still.
Blackets will be done.
Despite everything.
Eager for battle.
What the fuck? Oh, this is just a clusterfuck.
He got what he deserved.
Oh, hey!
He got what he deserved.
Is that blood?
He
Wait a
got
minute.
what he deserved. He got what he deserved. He got what he deserved.
Lae'zel has a dangerous look in her eyes. Let's just hope she reserves those impulses.
Well, I don't think you have to worry about her impulses, because she appears to be dead. Are you...
Let's get on with it.
No, there we go. You're... Are you alive now? Okay, good. This is Thanksgiving dinner all over again. Yeah, it's a fucking brawl. It's fucking great. Like, the combat in this game is terrible. You might as well just make it a clusterfuck. I think I might just go back to BG3 with this mod after Monster Hunter. Yeah. I hope whoever's making this mod managed to make the delineation of rounds a little clearer. As well as make pausing a little less fussy. But honestly, it's more fun than just playing BG3 as is. If the game itself isn't going to be good, you might as well just make it a shit show. Might as well make it fun trash. Yep. Oh, God. Absolutely delightful. Absolutely delightful. So, the next video is going to be on Moon Girl's trans episode. I actually really like this. I actually really like this one. It was, I was surprised. I had so many people fucking recommending it to me, and of course, like, you know me, when I keep hearing recommendation over and over and over and over and over again, I'm just like, okay, something's wrong with it. But no, this was actually really good. Love the tear the system apart scene. Yeah, it's funny, you watch this and you're just like, I kind of get why they pulled it, because like, this is pretty out there for any corpo. Like, holy shit. You really had to think about the system is designed to be unfair from the start. You have to tear it down. Like, holy fucking shit. This is a Marvel property? Oh, this is the episode they sadly removed, isn't it? Yeah. Where were you when Moon Girl sided with Magneto? Fucking A. It's great. They flew close to the sun. Ironic since it's called Moon Girl. Thank you, whoever leaked the episode. You did a great service to the people of the internet. Yeah, that like Disney even said, it's like, oh, like Disney backpedaled afterward. It's like, oh, you know, we didn't pull it entirely. We just delayed it. We just put it on hold. Okay, but you canceled the fucking series. And the show had better ratings than anything else you've been putting out. Where did I put it here? Here we go. This is fucking amazing. You might expect me to have some kind of caveat or something that's hanging off of it that I have to bring up, but no, there's none. No notes. They don't even have Greer misgender Brooklyn, because that's just a level of unpleasant that would detract from the episode. It's just a damn good episode that simultaneously hits many different beats that than just the topical trans athlete debate. Okay, you know what? I need to stop calling it a debate. The trans athlete moral panic. It covers trans issues both on the political and the emotional, and grazes by issues about trans people are vilified to the point they can't even completely trust their own support systems. It is, without question, the single best coverage of trans issues and a trans character in a children's cartoon. It's nice to see that my early worries about where the show was headed didn't come true. So now we So now we get to it being pulled from the airwaves. Now bear with me, I'm going somewhere with this. I can kind of actually see why it was pulled. Disney has always been a politically skittish company, and their brand has always been forward, but not too forward to appeal to both young people and their parents expected to actually spend money. And Gatekeeper is a no-holds-barred, direct political reference, unapologetically pro-trans episode. This is completely out of left field for anything published by Disney. This is like if the Liberal Party started quoting the Communist Manifesto. Reports indicated that Disney held off on it because they wanted to observe the political climate, and with spray tan Mengele and tech bro Hitler getting into power on a popular vote of all things, pulled back because of the trans themes. That sounds exactly like what Disney would do, as like most corpos, they have their feet nailed to the Overton window, and so when it shifts, they shift. Of course, once it was leaked and caught attention from people, Disney backpedaled and claimed that they made the decision to hold off on it a year ago and that it was simply on hold. And honestly, sure, Jan. This is exactly the kind of PR backpedaling that would be expected immediately after it being revealed you'd scrapped an episode. And if you had done it a year prior, why are people only talking about it now? Furthermore, in February, Disney was one of the many companies that it was revealed had been scaling back diversity programs to investors. Admittedly, investors are a fickle bunch and likely panicked that diversity wasn't a profitable venture because of Trump's election. 90% of the stock market is just idiots in business suits chasing every trend possible and panicking when it doesn't lead to infinite money and then stamping their feet at the people they gambled their money on. And because in the US, investors can sue if line doesn't go up, investors are at the core of why everything is terrible. Yeah, the US has it on the books that you're not allowed to lose at gambling for rich people, just in case you're one of those people who still thinks the rich work for their money. But honestly, I'm not surprised. Capitalism and the companies that fuel it aren't going to create societal change. They don't create anything. They're a coasting leech pandering to whatever they think is the dominant group in any given region. They never do anything other than give the people what they want. And their impression the election had given was that diversity and inclusion is over, and so they shrugged their shoulders and shifted. And since trans people are a primary target of this new generation of Nazis, right alongside Palestinians and the mentally ill, they're the first on the chopping block when companies decide to pivot. Capitalism being involved in the creation of art was always an adversarial relationship because art is about speaking from the soul, and business executives don't have a soul. The people responsible for making art aren't the ones running the companies, and in the same way that tech companies aren't run by engineers, they're run by narcissistic morons whose only skill... In the same way that tech companies aren't run by engineers, they're run by narcissistic morons whose only skill is having a rich daddy. This goes everywhere, not just art. You can't trust on the systems in power to have your back when things get difficult. What are you reading, CD? I'm reading the script for the upcoming video. They're not allowed to lose at rich people gambling is a hard line. Yep. Thank you. My work tends to be full of them. Oh, 1 second. God forbid rich people lose out. Oh yeah, that's the kicker. Rich people who own shares in a company, they're the ones who own enough shares to sue a company. But the average Joe who owns like maybe 10 shares at most in a single company, you just get screwed. This is why playing the stock market is not the surefire path to wealth that the wealthy try to claim it is, because the system is rigged so that the wealthy can't lose, but you sure fucking can. If a particular crime requires you to sue in order for the perpetrator to get punished for it, that crime is only a crime if the target's rich. Defamation is completely legal as long as you're poor. And of course, a lot of people tend to nowadays. A lot of people tend to treat suing for defamation as an admission of guilt in the first place, which is really messed up. It really just goes to show you how much corporate propaganda has fucked people over. It's one deadbeat teenager from Encyclopedia Brown who was always tried to scam kids with company shares, nothing else. Oh, yeah. I mean, hell, counting cards at a casino is like, will get you thrown out because they don't want you, they don't want you playing the game to win. Yeah. Do claw machines count in that case? Like the lighthouse things, like they lighthouse things to fail a certain amount of times? The claw machine is rigged in a different way. The claw does not close on something until after it's already lifting. And as a result, it fails to grab something most of the time. Interesting. Yep. The they're all rigged in some way. Mark Rober went over how carnival and arcade games are rigged. Life is eternally gambling in some way. Yep. Hell, you're gambling when you're born. Like, how successful you're going to be in life, kind of pretty much in 99% of cases, depends on where and who you were born to. Born in a rich country to rich parents, congratulations, you win. Reminds me of the game of life, honestly. Society, not to mention social enough so that if your parents hate everyone, well, you're out of luck getting help. Ooh, yeah. Reminds me of the game of life, honestly. I mean, like, that's ultimately, that's a game that has only, like, a few actual decisions you can make, and for the most part, it's just a random roll of the dice based on where you land. There's no reason for it to be this hard, too. Exactly. It's only this hard so that rich people can collect pieces of paper that aren't worth anything. I found that this is actually, I found like, I've been trying to communicate the notion of decommodification to people in a way that they can't really argue against. And it's pretty simple. It's like, because I've had people ask, like, why should the government provide people like free homes and free telecommunications, and like, why should they provide the basic necessities? And I always respond the same way. Housing and taking care of its people is the only reason we have ever had governments in the first place. If the government isn't going to do something as basic as provide housing, why does it have the right to rule? They never have an argument against that. Ooh, that's good. Mm-hmm. Bruh. Yep, there we go. Like, take markets out of the equation entirely. People will argue with me like, oh, we can't do free house. It's like, we can't do socialized housing. You crash the housing market. not supposed to be a market. Who gives a shit about the housing market? Who fucking cares? It never should have been here in the first place. Be gone with it. Can't really say anything back without sounding cruel. Exactly. Because one thing you'll notice with a lot of centrists is that they never really question the government's right to rule. Why should they be allowed to rule if they're not going to provide basic necessities for the people? That is you had one job territory for a government. You had one fucking job. Your job is to provide for the people who pay you their taxes every month, every year. It gets even worse. The government won't even provide healthcare to most of its people, like here in the U.S. Something that's an absolute no-brainer in most of the world. Mm-hmm. Well, funnily enough, American healthcare used to not be terrible. It's just that what made it terrible was health insurance like hospitals used to charge cost plus a little bit to make profit. Health insurance companies wanted a big discount. Couldn't do it. Couldn't do it because their prices just weren't high enough to warrant a discount. So what had happened instead is that health insurance companies pressured hospitals to create hyperinflated fake prices so that they could go back to so that people who work for health insurance companies could go back to their boss and said they got a discount. And now you have this situation where health insurance companies do not pay anywhere near as much as you're expected to pay out of pocket, which means you need health insurance, which means health insurance justifies its own existence. We're talking about scams. Fun. Yep. Health insurance is the reason American healthcare is so terrible. And it's the reason it's so difficult to fix American healthcare, because any fix to American healthcare will destroy the opening for health insurance to exist. Why need health insurance when everything is affordable? Exactly. And then, of course, because it's a private company, they'll take money from you and take money from you and take money from you, and then they won't pay out. They'll deny your claims, which means health insurance is obsolete. Like, even if you're American, you might as well cancel your health insurance plan. Why even bother? You're going to be forced to pay out of pocket anyway when they deny your claim. But health insurance companies can do whatever they want because a lot of people view them as a necessity. And when you're a necessity in a private market, you have been written a blank check to do whatever the fuck you want. We have we have here in Canada we have Loblaws, which is a grocery chain, which is the parent company that owns like almost every grocery store in the fucking country. And because food is a necessity, you can't go without it. That means they can crank up prices as much as they fucking want. So when pandemic inflation hit, Loblaws saw the opportunity to jack prices up to absurd fucking degrees. To the point that, like, a lot of people's groceries have gone, a lot of people's grocery bills have gone up more than, like, 200%. Does that make it a monopoly? Weren't those outlawed? Yes, monopolies are illegal. But the thing is that monopoly laws in both Canada and the US have been weakened by conservative governments, so that if corporations want to merge into one big monopolistic company, all they have to do is go before a court, and then they'll be asked, price is going to go down? And they go, yeah, price is going to go down. Okay, merger approved. Prices don't go down. Nobody checks. Loblaws got dragged before Parliament to explain themselves. Like, you're claiming inflation for these massive price increase, but you're posting record profits. What the fuck? And they just talked around and around and, well, you know, there's not really a correlation between inflation and, like, our profit margins. And like, the problem is, the only one who was calling them out on this shit was Jugmeat. He was the only one calling bullshit on it. I was like, this is ridiculous. You're price gouging people on their food and you're posting record profits and you're going to cry inflation? Fuck you. One thing I do admire about Jagmeet Singh is that he like, you know, unfortunately he's with a party that is utterly fucking unelectable, but you know, if he's talking to a corporate leader, he will tell them to go fuck themselves. The very concept of having to pay money to simply survive is absolutely ridiculous. Yep. So tempted to start stealing. You should. I've said this for a while. The only thing that is going to stop inflation is price control. How do you stop skyrocketing food prices? You stop letting them raise food prices. How do you stop skyrocketing rent? You stop letting them raise rents. We have a minimum wage. We need a maximum rent. There is no justifiable reason why a one-bedroom apartment, like my apartment is a one-bedroom apartment. And I have seen apartments with the exact same layout in different parts of the city going for somewhere around $2,000 to $3,000 a month. Mine is $700. I have seen apartments with the same layout in my building going for $2,000 a month. No justifiable reason for that. Absolutely none. A one-bedroom, like, there should be a set price for apartments based on what their bedroom count is. That's it. That makes sense. That's a sensible thing to do. Oh, but you know, real estate in ideal locations, you know, like close to shopping centers, should cost the same. Oh, but I mean, but if we're really close to the city center, don't care. You should cost the same. You're selling housing, you motherfucker. Trying to find a place to move out, and only under 1,000 places I can find are near colleges with female tenant preferred. Yeah, that's like a 50-50% chance that you're going to get some disgusting old guy, or it's just going to be like another girl going to college who doesn't want to live with men. Price ceilings won't exist as long as lobbying is technically illegal. Yep. Corner CD on her soapbox telling truths. Yep. I have to live in dorms because my relatives are dying to kick me out. Ugh. Real estate in all locations costs the same. It would be an incentive for non-ideal locations to be improved until they're just as good. Yep. Imagine hearing just a few months left every couple of days. Yeah, I had to go through that. Ugh. Being insecure about where you live has big impacts on your mental health. That's rough. Yeah, I feel for you. I went through a time where I was insecure about my living situation, but mercifully, those days are past me. They also threatened you with it for asking why they wanted to throw out half a pot of coffee. Oh, they threatened me with it if the wind changed direction. I wonder if this is what solidarity means. Oh, I got another scam. Oh, no. $35 to send an email to pay more money. I've heard someone suggest that scams are obvious on purpose because they don't want people who aren't completely and utterly gullible calling them. College resumes. Wait, there's There's a college resume? There's such a thing as a college resume? I don't like that. I think the lottery, probably the biggest scam in the world. Everyone knows the odds, but unless you're good with math, you don't actually know what you're getting into at all. Yeah. Can you blade people? I'd take those odds. Yeah, I think a lot of people at this point are just kind of giving up. Like, they just don't care anymore. Like, when the stock market crashes, we laugh. Because we know the stock market doesn't affect us. The stock market doing... If the stock market's doing well, our fucking grocery bill goes up and our wages don't. If the stock market's doing badly, our grocery bill goes up and our wages don't. And I think it's part of like what a lot of people are realizing is that corporate profits don't really mean much for the average person. But do you want people to address you in a different way to do that? Yes, CD. I have said this many times now. Like, my username. You just use people's username. Simply laugh through the suffering. Yeah. It's kind of like how we measure economic strength through GDP when we really shouldn't be. Because all that is just a measurement of corporate profits. Corpo profits means jack to me. Yep, means jack to most people. Hell, it means jack to corpos. Nice CD. Hey, Coco. Like these fucking guys, I swear. Cool to send a gift. A what? Like, cool, you made over $1 million. Cool, you made over $1 million. I'm still getting paid fuck all still. Yep. I don't like the stock market. Total waste of human brain powered resources. Super. Oh yeah, it's totally fine. I will never say no to people wanting to give me money. All our jobs will be and then all our jobs will be taken by AI. On the plus side, AI is really, really dumb. Oh yeah, the AI bubble burst recently. Somebody found a way to make to do AI but cheaper and while wasting less energy, and then all the people who had invested in OpenAI just started seeing their money fucking drop. Couldn't have happened to a nicer bunch of bastards.
Free money.
Aw. Thanks, Coco. Maybe we should let them take our jobs and just let it destroy itself. At that point, that's pretty much just what people are going to have to do. Think rich people care? No, not in the slightest. They don't care. They never have. And I think anyone still hoping, still betting on them caring is in for a very rude awakening, because nobody is going to suffer more than the people who have no idea what the fuck is about to hit them. If your job gets taken, then go out and riot. Yep, exactly. Go out and riot. Go out and riot. Go out and riot. Go out and riot.
I hope America goes into recession. Make Trump's America unaffordable again. We need a new Obama.
America had never came out of a recession. But, you know, I get what you're saying. Those who surveyors so far aren't even good at their job. They're not supposed to be good at their job. Like, I feel like this is the kind of part that a lot of people don't get. AI art and AI writing, it's not meant for people who want to create art. It's meant for people who want to consume it. Hmm. 60 to 70% of the U.S. population lives paycheck to paycheck. Path of least resistance, right? Yep. Why do you think most, the most common used, why do you think the most common use for AI is porn? Kind of mid, and what we needed was Bernie Sanders, actual serious reform in left-wing positions rather than mildly conservative-leaning moderates. Well, that's the thing. For Dragons, I don't think you realize Bernie is running on the same platform Obama was elected on. So you have no reason to believe Bernie will be any different. Kind of go by. See you, Moose. It gets you it gets you on the path of least resistance for instant gratification. Yep, that's the whole point. It's just a new kind of problem that already existed in engagement bait. Yeah, it's taking the effort out of engagement bait. That's another reason why a lot of legacy creators are starting to see their views drop. They're just getting buried in AI slop. AI content, reaction videos. It's just there's just this huge cottage industry of people wanting to create content and make money, but with no effort whatsoever. And AI and reaction content is the way you do that. AI seems like it's going to eat its own tail at some point. Yeah, probably. It is probably going to do that. Also, splitting screens, one side with Family Guy and the other with Subway Surfers. Yeah, a lot of people do that because they think it's the best. Well, here's why they do that. It's because a Family Guy clip only takes up a certain amount of the screen, and they need to fill the other half of the screen. That's it. That's the reason they do that.
Streamers/reactors have already taken over YouTube.
Yep, it's terrible. But again, it's easy content. You can churn it out reliably. You can easily churn it out and just keep churning and churning and churning, and you make money doing it because you're taking an existing video and just leeching off of its views. All those VTuber agencies with live chats that are practically useless. Like I said, streamers, reaction content, VTubers, it's all a content mill. All of them are content mills. There are no, like, reaction content is like drama YouTube. There's no such thing as a good one. It's all bad. Worse even, reaction content relies so heavily on theft. Think it'll make the genuine creation of original content go away over time? I don't think so. I think eventually that a lot of this stuff is just going to fall by the wayside. But I think the scale for what's considered successful is going to shift back significantly. Like, it wasn't too long ago that having 100,000, like 15 years ago, 100,000 views on YouTube was the equivalent to 5 million views today. And I think we're all just kind of we're going to end up going back to that because a lot of people are just falling off of YouTube. Now, of course, to people who tend to cheer for other people's downfalls, that won't change, but And then the whole thing, there was a bunch of forums for everything a bit better thanks to live chats. Like, this is fun. Iron Mouse, no. Yep. Oh, yeah, like, people get on my case, so it's like, oh, man, nobody shows up to your streams. Okay, that means that the chat is actually fucking usable. That means people can actually talk in the chat rather than getting buried under emojis. People fail to grapple with the fact that I have always cultivated my audience this way. I have never wanted to be a big-time YouTuber in any way, shape, or form. It wasn't, like, a couple of years ago, I actually regularly had stream audiences in the triple digits, and it was horrible. It was fucking terrible. The chat was unusable. Everyone was an idiot. Because the faster the chat moves, the more inclined you are to just scream. I was just snapping at people a lot more because they couldn't calm the fuck down. I can actually keep up with all the channels if I want to, and that's not good for me. I had to take breaks from the Discord. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, like you can keep like the Discord has is pretty, like the patron server is pretty quiet, and there's so many channels for like so many different things that like the chats don't move like really fucking fast, so it's easy to get stuck reading them for like hours. Just like how baking content is now dominated by content farms like Tasty or 5-Minute Crafts, copied recipes, and those that don't work. Yep. Once we have a good thing, content mills will immediately start trying to hyper profit from it. The same thing happened with primitive technology. I don't know if any of you know. There's this YouTuber I fucking love, one of my favorite. Primitive Technology, John Plant. Let me just pull it up. Go with one of the shorter, older videos. I thought you were talking about the wheel or something. Oh, no. Oh, here we go. Bow and arrow. Classic. Yeah, this is amazing. Like, this is probably one of the coolest fucking channels on YouTube. And then, because it got popular, a bunch of others ended up becoming popular. Oh, that's interesting. I should look at that later. So you ended up with stuff like this. You ended up with a lot of these copycat channels, and the kicker is these are really elaborate. Like, some of these things are like really fucking elaborate. Like, you have channels of like people making fucking swimming pools. And it's like, yeah, of course they faked it. Of course they had like excavation equipment and construction equipment to do most of the work. Of course they did. Why wouldn't they? It's content. Primitive Technology himself is genuine, and you can kind of tell because he's not making these elaborate, he's not making these like super elaborate contraptions. He's making things that work. He's not building like a fucking villa out of a stick. It's a frustrating common belief that due to us living in a more advanced world, people in the past had to be stupid. Yeah, it's the idea is that because we figured out the physics behind something like a bow and arrow, well, how could they have made the bow and arrow if they don't know the physics? And it's like string attached to wood make stick move. And we don't have to be it doesn't have to be any more complicated than that. Oh, but they don't know about the force of about the properties of elasticity. Don't care. Stick move. We didn't know how washing machines actually clean clothes until like 2014 or some shit. Yeah. Conversation earlier about your characters are allowed to be wrong about the metaphysics of your world. Something about Ruby. Oh yeah, I mentioned that. Yeah, that oh hey, the ground hurts. Put this on your foot. Yep. In the modern era, we're overly concerned with why something works, whereas in ye olden days they weren't. And who knows? Maybe they did have. And who knows? Maybe they did have that. Did have that shit way back when. You have no idea. You have no way of knowing. What's up with the new channel name? You asked me that question the last time you were in a stream, silly. And before we end up building a spacecraft that can fuck around our galaxy in the span of a couple of centuries, before we figure out how our spacecraft is able to do that. Oh, I wouldn't put it past them. It's not going to be the U.S. The U.S. is not going to figure out faster than light travel. Oh, Jesus, crit already! It's called, why do you think it won't be the USA? Just curious. Because the USA is just turning into a technocratic idiot pit.
I've said we could have gone to Mars years ago. There's just no military incentive to do so. Neil deGrasse Tyson explained this.
I mean, you're not wrong. NASA, it isn't like NASA would be a division of the military, wouldn't it? Also, isn't there just like nothing worth selling on Mars? Now, the asteroid belt, that's where we're going to find resources. Idiocracy seems more and more like an accurate depiction of the future for the USA. USA, possibly. I think with a lot of Trump's, violent threats, they're just going to be, like, the US is going to find itself increasingly isolated. I don't even know why we want to explore other planets if they're all uninhabitable. I don't know. Are you happy that Dana Terrace is creating and got away from Disney? It's thriller sci-fi. Yes, I've said this in the previous few streams. It actually looks really interesting. Basically, two insecure countries trying to prove they're better than each other. Yeah, pretty much. That's all the space race really was. It was a dick measuring contest with the Soviet Union.
I hate how the online left dismissed Idiocracy.
Yeah. Unfortunately. Are they removing Wailing Arrow? The mice are secretly,
The film may be outdated culturally, but it perfectly showed how Americans were becoming lazier both physically and intellectually.
Yeah, I think a lot of people just zeroed in on the fucking eugenics aspect of it. It's like, oh, so you're saying that idiocy just comes down to dumb people having babies, and it's like, congratulations, you moron, you haven't yet figured out the fucking point. Truth be told, though, I don't really think Idiocracy is about to become a reality, because the truth is a lot of people are just having fewer and fewer kids. Although, truth be told, like, if Idiocracy were to be made today, it would generally be like very dumb rich people having shitloads of kids are kind of the reason that the entire fucking, that everything went to shit. Isn't the Earth already overpopulated? Nope, it is not. Overpopulation is a myth. An ugly floor pattern. Who designed this place? A military general designed it. I also think Idiocracy, if it was made today, would get a lot more criticism. Oh yeah, you're not allowed to suggest that stupid people are stupid anymore. Overpopulation of it is a scam. It solves itself with older people dying. Yep. People are told that overpopulation is a problem so that they'll be more willing to support eugenics policies and genocide. The thing about like the Earth is that the Earth has this thing called carrying capacity. Any habitat has a carrying capacity. After a point at which the resources available straight up will not support any more people, and at that point, the birth rate will simply stop. We will just reach it. We will just reach a point where either the population starts experiencing these rises and these peaks and valleys at a pretty regular basis. You don't need to do anything about overpopulation. That problem solves. If it's really a problem, it solves itself. Whether people can be. Also, if you're not self-aware enough to know that you're not smart, you better not say it out loud. Know from experience. Or the people can be wrong or bad for simple reasons. There always has to be some moral complexity to it. Yeah, the root cause of most evil is just greed. Greed, or you're a sociopath who finds misery fun. There aren't really a whole lot of people who find misery fun. It's usually greed. And also, you need to... I don't really think you should try and separate greed from sociopathy. I think if you hurt people out of a simply because of greed, that is rather sociopathic. The whole educated people have less babies than uneducated people, therefore humans in the future will be less intelligent than us today, ignores how human intelligence actually works. Yeah, I think, well, the thing is, it kind of puts it down to, like, rednecks living out in the sticks, when I think the people who end up having a shitload of kids with no prospects tend to be the super wealthy. Like, we're all aware of the fact that rich people end up having stupid children. This is why meritocracy has never worked as a concept. Meritocracy only works long enough for the first rich, successful bastard to have an idiot son he doesn't hate. And then he dies and Prince Dumbass inherits everything anyway, and then boom, meritocracy's gone. Elon has 12 kids and they're either maladjusted morons or hate him, so that's accurate. Yep. I mean, in order to like Elon Musk, you have to be a maladjusted moron, or you're trolling.
Meritocracy is debunked by feudalism.
Yeah. Okay, thanks for the stream. See you, Paul. Thanks for stopping by. $12, there's your... Yeah. Apprentice no longer believes in children completely inheriting everything from their parents. You shouldn't. You straight up shouldn't. I believe in an 80% estate tax. Invincible, what you thought about Amber's character? I always felt that fans' derision toward her is rooted in racism. What do you think? I had a video on that. Somewhere. You lose your inventory when you die. Yeah. You did? Yeah, somewhere. I think it was fandom has a white guy problem. Yeah, fandom has the white favoritism problem. Oh, I had a terrible idea for an Avatar Neva short. Hello there, CD and chat. Can't forget about you. Hello, the elite one. May I ask what does fandom mean? It means fandom. Ooh, how terrible. Terrible, how so? Okay. Who here is familiar with Avatar Neva? Like the vignettes that have...
I unironically will never give my future kids all of my wealth or property. It's going to the state.
Who here is familiar with Avatar Neva and the vignettes I've been writing on Tumblr? Fairly familiar. Okay, good. So you're aware that by the time Neva's finished her training and she goes to she and Lavi end up finally going to the United Republic. The moment she reveals herself, the United Republic instantly starts slandering her. Slandering her relationship with Lavi in particular. Streams like CD. Ah. Makes sense. The overarching bad guy, tabloid press. Like a mean 12-year-old at a pep rally. So, the terrible idea I had is that Neva and Lavi's parents hear this on the radio, and in the 8 months between that and Neva and Lavi's next visit, they end up going through the 5 stages of grief. That doesn't sound bad. Leal, that's horrible and brilliant. The 5 stages. Can I ask why did they slander her? So the Republic Press slandered her to sell papers. That's it, really. The J. Jonah Jameson model of our journalism. That's well, yeah, you're not wrong. First time popping into a stream. Wow, what a time to pop in. The United Republic really said peaks. Oh, God. Are you like this? They never slandered Korra. In print, it's libel. I resent that. Slander spoken. In print, it's libel. Takes lessons from British tabloids, very on brand. So yeah, by the time, so like they've gone through the 5 stages of grief by the time Neva and Lavi come back and Neva can set the record straight. I just watched your 2 videos on Spy Family. I'm so excited to watch the show. Oh, good. Oh, thank God, it's just the press being stupid. No, like, you don't get it. The funny part is, what's the last stage of grief? Would TV be a thing by this point? It would not. Oh, no. Acceptance. There we go. They get oh, God. Oh, fucking hell. Wait, what? Are people not accepting? Oh, God. Wait, what are people not accepting? Oh, you don't know. They think they're talking to one of their hallucinations. Same brain cell. Great deranged minds think alike. Just tuned in. What are we talking about? A terrible idea for an Avatar of Neva vignette. Gotta love those supportive parents. Hope the rest of the stream goes good. See ya. Oh, what have I done to the chat? As cursed as it is, I don't want to see it. Well, McKay's gonna be up soon. Are there any shows on your radar that you'd recommend? I was gonna have a wholesome afternoon watching Lily stream with Holly Cross Stitch, and now we're here. I love it. Sorry, CD. Why are you specifically like this, CD? Complex post-traumatic stress disorder is why I'm like this. Okay, where was it? Any shows on your radar you'd recommend? I haven't watched a lot of new shows lately. I've mostly been watching older stuff. I remember wanting to ask, have you heard or watched Murder Drone, liked or disliked it? I've never heard of it. Is it a good wedding or is it decorated like it's a funeral because life is over? Well, it's going to be on fire soon enough. I haven't seen Owl House yet, but I'm... Be like, oh, come on. Oh, God, you guys are terrible. I love it. So Viking feud. Oh, God, no. Why are you all like this?
Will you cover the new Avatar when it premieres?
Yes, I will. Oh, my God. You're all terrible. State penitentiary. This chat is a danger to society. I love it. Yeah. That's of all time. This is certainly one to return to. Isn't it, Stormy? I'm posting another vignette. Not this, not that, but not that we were just talking about. That was just an idea in my head. I'm talking about the three. So, Chad, does anyone else think the wireless... let's not do that. For kids, if... You made us like this. You're joining us in the big house. The script writes itself at this point. And we were just matching the energy and attempting to kill you with laughter. I've polluted all your minds. A comedy of errors. Our specifics are different, but we have surprisingly similar backstories. I don't think we do.
I think you frame it as a pseudo-sequel to Tlock is garbage and here's why. Give it a name like Avatar Havens is great and here's why. It's nice bait.
Bait doesn't really work anymore. Also, it's a TV series, so I can't really do it all in one go. This comedy is like the divine one because it's hell. When do we climb up a mountain and reach heaven, Lily? Never. Heaven isn't real. Heaven isn't real, and it's hell for all of you. Have you heard of Epic the Musical? I've heard it mentioned. I know nothing else about it, nor do I care. I don't like musicals. First one to make a devil cry wins. Almost. Make the devil cringe to death. My first experience from my experience, all you do is flirt with him. Yeah, I imagine if you flirt with anyone, they'll cringe to death. You're all going to hell. Don't threaten me with a good time. I hear that's where all the gay people are. Oh, yep. We're all having a party down there. Angel Venture is being eaten alive by the... Okay. We are, but they're usually dehydrated. Give them a bottle of water and then flirt. What shows are you watching recently? Let me pop open Plex and see. I think I started rewatching MASH, also Princess Tutu, although I still haven't gotten around to finishing that fucking thing. All of us forget about Purgatory like I know the... All right, guys, off the hell talk. Any shows you like and yet refuse to watch the endings of? No, can't really think of anything. MASH, what's that? It's a sitcom set during the Korean War. Been rewatching Voyager. There isn't really a new series that I've added to my library recently. It's been quiet on that front. I haven't really found anything that speaks to me. Mostly just been watching movies. I've been watching the movie night movies with the server. The thing is, I don't really have a large media diet because I often spend my time doing other things. Like, I'm planning another hiking trip. So. Understandable. Yeah, that's just kind of what I prefer to do, hiking. Where are you thinking this time? There's a hiking path in a small forest, in a small forested park, not too far from where I live. That's where I'm gonna go. I wouldn't do hiking though. Probably just walk around downtown. Most interesting place in Daphne. I like hiking. I like. I'm a feral forest baby. Always have been. I just like how peaceful it is. Oh, yeah. Speaking of going out and touching grass, I should probably get ready to go out of the house and go get blood work done. Okay? TMI, Nooblord. You could listen to podcasts like the Magnus Archive or Welcome to the... No, I don't want to. Are there blacklisted words we can't use in chat, like recommending things? Yeah, pretty much. Forgot how much I missed greenery until I went to Colorado for a bit, and OMG, I felt myself relax so much. Yep, you really relax once you're in once you're among greenery. It's amazing. You ever hike in one of those giant fields? No, I don't really like giant fields. I don't really like big, wide open fields. There isn't a whole lot of stuff. There's just grass. Where to draw? I don't care, Elite One. Like, stop. Stop recommending things. I don't care. Get being pushy is the worst way to get somebody to like to watch something. They're just gonna refuse. They're just gonna refuse on principle. I love how opposed to staring at Neva and Lavi and Asana and Sage with such glee. Oh, that's not Asana and Sage. That's Kira and Iris. Follow up, who are Kira and Iris? Kira's the blonde one, and Iris is the one with the brown hair. They're just another pair of characters I like to write. You prefer a sunny day to hike or cloudy? Cloudy if it's not particularly warm and humid. Otherwise, sunny. Like, my next hike is going to take place in the winter. Well, it's going to be in a few days, assuming my fucking coat gets here. I can talk. I can talk coats. Well, no, I don't want to talk coats. I already ordered a coat. Have a good one, CD and chat. See you, Elite. Imagine the only colors you see are browns and colors washed out with. Oh, hang on. Yeah, I haven't been watching a whole lot of stuff recently. So, like people ask me that a lot. It's like, what have you been watching recently? Nothing. I've been doing things other than watching TV. I took up candle making. That was fun. Hobbies. I wish you the best of the creative journey on which you have embarked. Okay, that's a little much. Like you guys don't have to layer on the flowery speech with me. Like just talk casually. Nice. Are they scented? Oh, they're supposed to be. I haven't quite gotten that part right. Still doing archery? I would. I just don't have any place to practice. There was a spot just behind my building where I could like take a target out and just do shooting, but now there's a bunch of homeless tents out there. And let me tell you, walking down, walking into the vicinity of like a bunch of homeless people's tents with a bow and a set of arrows is not exactly going to foster a calm environment. What other hobbies you picked up? Retro modding for one. Started writing a book. That's another thing I started doing. What's the book about? It's an interesting one. It's it's interesting to me. I got the idea when I started going down this like rabbit hole of videos about boy moms. And so the basic gist of it is you have this just awful fucking boy mom who who favors her son and neglects her daughter. And of course, eventually, like the son, the son catches wise to it and ends up picking up the slack where his sister's concerned. And that's it. It's just about like two people realizing that their mother's kind of shit. I'd read that. That's sweet. Sweet. I'd read that. Oh, I'm glad. It's another one of those things about parentification where like the resentment isn't held toward like the sibling that has to be parented. So if my childhood had a good ending, got it. Oh. Before the brother realizes this is their relationship, more distant between the Thero, that sentence does not make any sense. You want to post the book anywhere? Probably not. You know, I write for me first and foremost. I don't write for anyone else. There isn't really enough interest in the stuff I already do write. Like whenever when I mention having written anything, the first thing people ask is, "Are you going to post it?" And like the first thing I always want to say is, "Are you going to read it?" and like comment on it. Because like people ask if I'm going to post stuff a lot, but they don't actually read the stuff I do post, which does tend to irritate me. Like it doesn't bother me that people aren't interested in interest in my work is low. It does bother me that there's way more people asking if I'm going to post something than reading what I do. It's like when people used to ask me if certain kinds of fan art are okay, and then they just never do it. And it's like, why did you ask in the first place? I thought most, if not all, authors write for themselves. Okay. And? You know what I should do? I should do at some point. First thing anyone asks when I see something, what are you going to do with that? Are you going to sell it? Yep. No, thank you for the nice time/stream. No, you're most welcome. It's always nice having people around. Autocorrect is cursed. I need to do a chaotic stream where I just like make a public channel exclusively for it, and then hop into the stream, give out the channel, and basically just say anyone can hop in. Oh lord, this chat is chaotic enough without a mic. Yeah? Only had an actual mic with the confidence to do so. Yep. And it helps spelling, grammar, in a constant state of flux, bending and twisting. Is that? Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, that's not directed at me. Yeah, a big problem I've had recently is just a lot of people say they're interested in certain ideas because they like the idea of them, but then I do them and then they just don't watch them. Like, well, the first time I ended In a Minute, a lot of people wanted me to bring it back, and it's like, hey, bring back In a Minute. I really liked In a Minute. Where'd that go? Like, bring that back. And it's like, I brought it back, and then nobody watched it. It happened a few times as when I was doing Madhouse, is that at one point I actually canceled Madhouse because there was just no interaction on the comics, and I was like, why am I posting these if that's the case? And then, like, once I did, and I just said, yeah, I'm probably not going to be posting these comics anymore, I had a bunch of people go, oh man, that's a shame, I really like those. And it's just like, oh, you should have said something. You're not in love with me, you're in love with the idea of... Yeah. You're quite flower cut. Yeah, we noticed that. I tend not to have a lot of anything to say on any random topic. All has to do is just like the post or something. It doesn't matter. Any engagement is better than none. Like, if I'm posting something, it's usually because someone asked me to. And so I kind of expect there to be a certain kind of amount of... I expect people to, like, comment on shit. That's the only thing I've ever asked of my audience, is comment on shit. And more often than not, what ends up causing me to just keep a certain project private is that people just didn't. And it's like, well, hey, why'd you stop posting this? Nobody was commenting on it, so why bother? Oh, but I really liked it. Oh, well, should have commented. People act like I'm spiteful for doing that, but it's just, I don't want to waste time. I don't want to waste time going through the process of posting things if it's just not going to be worth it. I fully support that. Like, with someone, please comment anything. Yeah, like, yeah, that's it. It's just... I think it's something that, like artists and writers online have been saying for, like, years. Just comment on shit. Like, that's all anybody asks of anyone. Just comment on shit. And it's such a hard ask for so many people for reasons I don't understand, honestly. I don't get it. Like, just comment on shit. It's not fucking rocket science. People feel insecure when they don't have an essay for something, in my experience. Well, I mean, it's the internet. People get insecure if people get insecure if someone blinks at them the wrong way. Like, I know why this is the case. I'm just saying, is like, the reason your favorite creator stopped posting is because nobody was commenting on anything. Feel that takes effort, and the like button is so much easier. Yeah. But nobody, like, though that's the problem. Nobody cares about likes. If something gets like 500 likes but no other interactions, then it's like, oh, well, this was a waste of time. It's like on Tumblr, people just stopped reblogging things and started liking every post and started like spamming, and it's just like, dude, will you knock it off? But I mean, that's kind of the problem. Like this conversation starts, and immediately people start making excuses for why they don't comment, and it's just like, look, honey, I don't know what you want me to say, but it's like you keep complaining that the cool stories and the comics you like stop getting updated. And I'm telling you why they're getting updated. There's no point in explaining why. There's no point in explaining your behavior to me. It doesn't change the fact that this is why this happens. I think what a lot of people want is that they want like absolution for something. Like people who are insecure, so insecure to the point that they won't comment on anything, tend to be insecure when people point that out. So it's just like this. It's like I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you want me to do by explaining it to me. I mean, it's just a simple fact of social media. If you aren't commenting on something, it will die. It's almost like people think that if they have a good enough reason for like not commenting in the first place, that'll change reality so that like the thing they like died for a different reason. No, that's not how it works. It'll still be that same reason. And I need to send a comment to work. People's working really look right now. Memes are a great shorthand for communicating. I disagree. I strongly disagree, actually. Hosted a Family Guy meme in the comment. Oh, okay. I see where you're going with that now. Never mind. I'm gonna go now. But see you, Thero. Okay, Cold Cherry, don't do that. Let's not fucking do that. Where are you? You're on YouTube. Memes are often specific to a given culture or group of people. Scarlet, they're talking about a racist meme. Actually, I think I need to put Cold Cherry in timeout. Starting to get a little rowdy. Oh, I meant to go with a timeout, not a ban. Huh. Oh, it's fine. I unbanned them, put them in timeout, but it doesn't seem to be... That's weird. Oh, there we go. Sorted that out. Okay, chat's pretty much dead, so, and it's mostly just circling the drain of the same few topics. So I think I'm going to call it there. Thanks for joining me. I'll see you next time.